Object oriented part. Object oriented programming. Oriented programming. Yes, who is going to answer it? Because I want you to answer this question.
So what is object-oriented programming?
Yeah.
So this is another kind of technology which
Okay.
we are using for the modularization. So
Modularization. Yeah.
this is another concept of modularization. And so here basically what we do have class, methods, concept. So
Mhm.
here we can create a blueprint of any object using class concept, and later
Okay,
part we
so what
can
is this blueprint word? I am more interested in this blueprint word.
blueprint means to define a structure, to define an event,
Structure, event. Okay.
method.
So
Like
is
blueprint
this
in the sense like a home. Like when you prepared a home, so you
uh
need to prepare a blueprint for that
definitely.
particular home. So
This
similar
is
kind of
okay.
thing. If you create an object, you need to define what are the properties, events, and methods, function you need to add into that particular object.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
that is kind of blueprint.
Perfect. All right, guys. So object oriented is the past, object oriented is the present, and object oriented is the future. It came around in early 2000 in SAP. Before that, we were only focusing on traditional ABAP programming, traditional procedural way of programming. All right, let's start with its introduction. Please focus on this. We will break down it into a smaller portion, and we will try to understand why it is so important. Yeah. So first, OOPS stands for Object Oriented Programming System. Oriented Programming System. Yeah. OOPS stands for Object Oriented Programming System. And OOPS concepts are mainly based on only two things. Only two things. Okay. They are mainly based on only two things, and these things are class, and the second one is a object. If you are able to distinguish these two things in a detailed and much oriented manner, then you will have no problem in understanding the concept of classes and object. Yeah, this thing is being there in every college for other programming like Java, C++. Everybody have learned this. We will understand here how we can use this in ABAP part, right? So what is a class? Class is a design. Class is a design. Some people call it template. Some people call it blueprint. Yeah, it is a design, blueprint. Or you will also call it user defined data type. You can call it anything. Design, template, blueprint, or a user defined data type. For example, as Vikas said, if I have to create a house, what I will do? I will go to builder. I will go to the builder. The builder will create a design, will create a sample or design for me, and he will show it to us. He will show it to me, right? And based on that design, what we will do? We will create our house, right? Create our house. So the question is, are we going to live into that design? No, that design is a template, it is a blueprint. That is not the actual home, right? So it is just a design. So this class do not takes any space. That is the most important thing. It is a data type. Data type never takes any space. If you remember in core ABAP programming, there also when we discussed the concept of data type and or data objects, we saw data type never takes any space. This class do not takes any space, right? It defines Now, whenever this design will be created by the builder, what they will show us, they will ask us what kind of paint you are going to apply on the floor and the wall of the house, how many windows will be there, how many doors will be there, right? Everything will be discussed there while creating this the template, so that we can implement the same thing for the creation of the house, right? So it defines the properties here. In in object oriented, properties are known as basically the attributes. You can call it data also. Mainly it is called as attributes. So a class defines the properties and behavior of the object. A class defines the properties and behavior of the object. This behavior is your method. We call the word method here for behavior. A class will always define the attributes and behavior. Yeah. Other than that, in SAP, a class also consists of lots of things. Consists of methods, attributes, events, friends, interfaces. Don't worry, we will discuss everything in detail. Etc. But for now, only these two things. These are the main two things. You can use all these things under the attribute section or under the properties section basically. Okay. So this is a design, a user defined data type, because whatever data type is the programming has given us, there can be a possibility that sometime it is not going to be sufficient for us. So we will have to create a user defined data type. SAP has also created lots of standard classes. So they have also given standard data types, standard classes. And what is an object? An object is a real life entity, is a real life entity. Yeah, it is also known as an object is an instance of the class, of the class. It is an instance of the class, right? So you can take example. For example, we are the object of human class. We are the objects of the human class. Yeah, we have all the properties and behavior of the human class, right? Like we can walk, we can sleep, we can move, we can eat. So this is a behavior. The properties you can call, like we have two legs, we have two hands, right? We have two eyes, one nose. All these things are the properties, right? Now you see, every human being is a little bit, or I should say, or more different than other human being, maybe in behavior, maybe in properties, right? So what you can say here is, every object will have its own existence. Yeah, and it can behave differently than the other object. It can behave differently than the other object. Okay. Here you can also take the example of, for example, uh, house is the object of house template that created, house class that was created. Yeah. Okay. Right. So this is the main thing. This is the whole concept of your object oriented programming. Every object can have its own existence and it can behave differently than the other objects. Yeah. All right, now let's come back to SAP and see how many types of classes are there in SAP system. Types of classes. in SAP system. Okay, types of classes in SAP system. Yeah, so there are two types of classes in SAP. The very first one that you see is your global class, and the second one is your local class. Yeah, global and local. Global class and local class. What is the word global? We have heard this very from the start of the training. We have created some global data types in your SE11. We have created global tables from SE11, right? And we have created global function module from SE37. Now we have the concept of global classes. So this global class is created inside the global class pool. Yeah, and that is why it is available centrally throughout the SAP system, and it can be reused anywhere. This is why it is global class. It can be reused anywhere. Yeah. Okay. Global classes created from SE24 transaction code. Global classes are created from SE24 transaction code. Okay. Then local classes are defined. Local class is defined within the scope of the function module or a ABAP program. Anywhere you can define it within the scope. That is why it is not available. It can be used only inside that program. Yeah, only inside that program. Only inside that program. Okay. Also in SAP system, there are 4 types of global classes. Global classes. Okay. 4 types. The very first one is usual ABAP class. Second one is your exception class. Usual ABAP class, exception class, persistence class, and the last one is your unit test class. 4 types of classes you are going to see. By default, here you can see the name itself is explaining everything. This is basically the main global class. This is the main global class which we will be creating for around, let's say, 90 to 95%, around 95%. This is the main global class which you are going to create mostly. Yeah, your work will be done using this. This is the main global class. Now if you want to define a custom exception, if you want to define a custom exception using the object oriented concept, then you can use this exception class. You can create a exception class for yourself. Okay, so this is mainly used for defining custom exceptions globally, which we can use anywhere, right? In ABAP system, a persistent class is used mainly. is used mainly to perform CRUD operation with the database. What it does basically is it will automatically define the CRUD methods for the table, and you can easily use it. Yeah, that is a persistence class. Database operation like CRUD, create, read, update, and delete. It will be defining, and you can easily use it. Yes. Then we have this unit test class. So by default, again, unit testing. So this class is used to test the functionality of a individual unit of code, typically, let's say function, typically parts of the functions, methods separately for testing purpose only. Again, I'm repeating the same thing. Around 95%, or you can even call it 95 to 99%. This is the main global class you will be creating, usual ABAP class from AC24. Usual ABAP class from AC24, right? Local class defined within the scope of the ABAP program. Yeah, or inside the function module, you can also define it. Yeah, okay. And then you will be able to use it easily. Clear? Right. Then there is a syntax that we follow for the classes. So syntax for class in object oriented ABAP, ABAP. So the syntax is class name and definition. This is the class definition basically, where you will be defining class definition like your attributes and methods you will be defining here. And then you will have class name implementation and class. Here you will have the logic writing for methods. So this will be your class implementation. Yeah, this will be your class implementation. This is the syntax which we follow for object oriented programming. Yeah, right. Okay, clear? Is it clear?
Yeah.
All right. So for the sample case, let's create a global class for us. Yeah, let's create a global class. I will go to AC24. I will give a class name here. So let's say first global, and here I will give the timing 10 to 12 class. Create button. I will create a class first. So first global class. You see 4 types of classes: usual ABAP, exception, persistent, and unit test. I will go for usual ABAP class. For the moment, I will not explain this final keyword. We will see the use case of it later on, and click on save. Assign the package, your transport request. Yeah, your transport request. Continue. Yeah, we are in the class section. If you will check, it is a little bit similar to method. Sorry, it is a little bit similar to your function module. Yeah, it is in the same manner. What you can say here is for your global classes. So let me just explain that. So one more thing I forgot to explain here. Yeah, you can execute the global classes directly from SE24. Yeah, similar to your function modules, which we can execute directly from SE37. Same thing we can apply on the global classes, and we can execute them separately here, right? Separately. So here we have properties tab. By default, generic information. Interface I will not explain right now. Friends, not now. Attributes are the variable here. So let's start with this attribute section first. Attributes. Yeah, attributes. So a attribute is like a variable. Is like a variable in SAP or in ABAP, which can be used to store some data. Yeah, it can be used to store some data here. So I will define a attribute here, basically a global variable here. So global variable GB, let's say any value, employee ID. Okay, then we have this label option. So I will click on label, and I see three labels are there: instance attribute, static attribute, and constant. So these, let's see the types of these attributes. How many types are there? Yeah, types of these attributes. So types of attributes: static attribute, second one is your instance attribute, and the third one is your constant attribute. Static attribute, instance attribute, and constants. So static is the class property, static word simply means class property, and static attributes can be accessed by both the class name directly and by the object name also. That is why they are static in nature. And we use class data keyword to define them. Keyword is used to define a static attribute. Okay, class data keyword. If you will be using in the local program, you will be using this class data keyword. Meanwhile, in the global classes, they are automatically defined. We will see that part. Then instance is there. So again, instance is the object property, yeah, instance is the object property. Okay, instance attributes can be accessed only by the object name, yeah. And what you see, for each object is separate space is created for the instance attribute. For each object is separate space is created for the instance attribute, because each object can have their own separate property, but this is static attribute. Only once the space is allocated for the static attributes, and it is shared by each object. The best example is, but you can say every human being will only have two hands, right? So that is a static property of the human class. You can take a sample example like this one. Yeah, similar thing. Every human being can have different properties, so that will be instance attribute. Then constant, so fixed value, a attribute whose value is fixed, whose value is fixed. Yeah, whose value is fixed. Constant keyword is used here. Data keyword is used. Data keyword is used to define the instance attributes. Okay, data keyword. And what you can write it here, constants keyword is used to define the class constants. To define the class constants. Yeah. Okay. Constant keyword is used to define the class constants. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Got it. So constant keyword is used to define the class constant. Okay, and it can be accessed by both the class name and the object name. Can be accessed by both the class name and the object name. Okay, this is why it is constant.
As sir, two people left the class.
Two people leave the class. Which one?
Yes.
Because why? Okay, no problem. Let's continue it. We
Okay.
don't have that much time. So a constant keyword is used to define the class constant, and it can be accessed by both the class name and the object name. Okay, so now let's go back, and here I will make this as a static attribute. Okay, then you have the visibility section. Okay, so the visibility I will discuss it later. For now I will just mark it as a public. Then I will assign the associated type for my attribute as, let's say, the data element, employee ID. If you want, you can pass a description here. Let's say employee ID. And then I will pass a initial value as 101. This is my static attribute. Then I will create a, let's say, instance. So instance employee ID. I will make this as instance attribute. Again, visibility public. Don't worry, we will discuss everything. For now, just we are trying to understand the types of attribute here. I will store it a integer here. Instance attribute for employee ID, and we can say 102. Okay, then instance, let's say constant employee ID stat, this will be constant attribute, so third one. Yeah, I will select the visibility as public, integer, constant attribute, and here let's say I'm storing 103. Okay, I will activate. As usual, we do the activation of the class. Everything we are activating, I will execute it, and now you can simply see your global is directly being answered here. But since you have not instantiated your class, your local your instance attribute is not accessible, right? So let's call this into a program. There it will be more easier to understand. I will create a program z call usual ABAP in ABAP program. So I will call there create calling usual ABAP in ABAP program. Type as executable, package and request. So two things you are required to understand. If you are calling a static property or method, you can directly use the class name. So I will use the class name, write statement, you see class name, and you will be using this keyword here. See double equal to and arrow. You can call it double arrow also. I don't know what you call this, but you will be using this keyword for the static properties. Control space, you see global employee ID. So I'm calling static attributes, yeah. Then calling instance attribute. So for the instant, you are required to simply create a object. So let's see how we can create object. So data keyword is used. LOOBJ, I will give a local object name. Type ref to reference to your class name. This is how you create the reference, and then you will be using the create object key. So create object and the object name. This is an old way to create a object in ABAP. This is how we used to create the object. But with new programming way coming into picture, SAP chose to change this, and there is another way you can use that one. Data LOOBJ is equal to new keyword, class name, and then the parenthesis. Same thing. Now again, it's totally up to you which one you want to use. Object will be created anyway. New keyword, it has been taken from Java and C++ programming. New keyword to create the object. So now I have the object, so I will call my instance. So LOOBJ arrow, and you see we can call all these three things. Okay, give me a second guys, I'm getting one urgent call. Hello. Okay, so our local object and single arrow guys. So this is how we call the instance attribute. Instance attribute will be called using this single arrow, and your static will be called using the double arrow. Yeah. Okay. Instance attribute, static attribute. Got it? Instance and static. Constants can be called by both. Constants can be called by both the object and the class name. Like you can directly use here, you see, write statement. I forgot to use here full stop. So then static constant attribute, and I will be using here the class name. So write statement the first global class. You see, I will use the constant here, we can call it, and here I can call via the object also. So hello underscore obj constant employee ID. Yeah, check it. Let's go and execute. See, we are getting everything. 101, 101, 103, and 103. Yeah, we are getting every value there. So static, you can call it via object, via the class name. For calling the static, we use this keyword, and for calling the via the object, you will be using single arrow. Is this part clear for everyone? How we call it? Yeah.
No, sir. Can you explain bit again? Actually, bit confusing, sir.
What kind of confusion here?
Basically, sir, output is okay, 101 and 103, but did not get the syntax clarified. How you write the syntax?
How I wrote the syntax? I am saying
Yes,
that
sir.
for the static, you will be using this arrow, class name,
Okay.
arrow, and attribute name. For the object, you will be
Okay.
using object name, single arrow, and the attribute name. That is the syntax.
Okay.
Got it?
And for that constant, sir, it is same.
It is same. That is just a variable, but that is a constant
Okay.
something. That is constant. It cannot. Its value cannot be modified. If I will try to modify its value, just see what is going to happen. Hello obj, the my constant. Sorry, gb constant. You see, it is not giving us a direct reference of it to make any modification. Let's say hello obj gv. Wait a second. I will use this one, and I will try to modify plus equal to 1. Check the syntax. The field cannot be modified.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So this is something we created globally. If you want, you can create a local here also. See that class, local class, definition, and local class implementation. Yeah. Class, local class definition, and class local class implementation. Okay. Again, you see here we have the public. So you will have to locally define the same thing. You can check it how in the backend this is being created. Click on this icon, go for toggle to source code based, and see this part, public section, right? So we will define our public section. Again, I will discuss it in detail, public, protected, and private in the next class. But for now, just use it. Something which we can access from outside is called the public. So I am creating here a public section. Now let's create our variable. So I will create a static attribute, and with the same with the name class data. Let's say class data static attribute type integer, value 101. Okay, I will create a instance attribute. So instance attribute, and here data keyword, instance attribute type integer, value let's say 102. Yeah, and I will have a constant attribute. So one or three. Okay, 103. So I have just declared these three. And see in the backend, it has been declared in the same format. See, for the global one, sorry, it will be constant also. It will not be instant attribute, constants. Yeah, static, instance and constant. Now I will go below and I will use the same thing, start of selection, and here I will use this class name instead. So local class, I will remove this, all this thing, local class, my double arrow, and I will call the static attribute. Then I will create the object. So this object will be of local class now. Yeah, and local class object and instance attribute. First I will call static one, so static. Then I will also call the instance one, so write hello obj instance attribute. See, but using the class name you cannot call the instance attribute, you cannot call it lcl class, you cannot call it. See, there is no option, only constants and static is there, no option for instance, so you cannot call it by using the class name. Yeah, then for my constant one I will use now this local class instead of global, and I will call both the constant and constant attribute, and using the object also I will call the constant attribute, constant. Constant can be attribute can be accessed by both class name and object name. Yeah, static attributes can be accessed by both class name and object name, but instance is the object property only dedicated for object. Let's go and check it. See, no error and everything is working perfectly fine. So you are seeing that for the very first time a new way of syntax, that is why it is causing lots of confusion. There is only way to do the practice, nothing can be done in this. Only way is to do the practice as much as possible for the same things. As much as possible. Are you getting the concept of attributes here, everyone? Because Rajat,
Us a
Rahul,
little bit, sir.
Yeah, it's clear.
little bit, at least you are getting a little bit. Do the revision, you will
Yes,
get
yes,
everything.
yes, sir, yes, sir.
Object oriented is the most important and only important thing, I will say. Entire OData services only classes is being implemented. If you go for Fiori, everything is object oriented. The only programming thing that is there, and it will be there for a long period of time, is the object oriented thing.
Okay, sir.
Clear for everyone?
Yep.
Okay. So some of the features of object oriented programming, let's see that part, and then I will end the session because I don't want to increase burden for today. Today I just want you to do some research on this concept. From the next week we will deep dive into object oriented. So OO ABAP features, of the most important features, let's explore them. Yeah, OO ABAP features. First one is encapsulation. So encapsulation is the wrapping of data. Encapsulation is the wrapping of attributes and functions under a single unit. Here it's single unit means class. We are going to wrap them together. The reason for it is never a good practice, never a good practice to directly allow the access of attributes. Yeah, as they might contain some important data. So instead we define or we use them in function, in methods here, and then we allow to access them via methods. It is never a good practice. You see, by using the object, by using the class name, I am able to see everything. I am able to use it, right? Whenever you go to ATM, they will never directly allow, check the machine. The machine will never ever directly allow to see the money. There is a method is implemented. That logic is displaying the data, but you will never have the access of the money directly. Yeah, right. A method has been implemented. That method will verify your user ID and credential and password. Then you will be allowed to get the access of it, right? So same stuff. It is never a good option to allow the direct access of attribute. So instead we wrap them inside the method and then we can access them via the method. Yeah. So there are three levels of the visibility which we have seen, the public and all these things, levels of the visibility for them. One is called your public, protected. Third one is your private. So it is public property. It is a public property. For example, you see park in the society is the public property. Is the public property. So similarly in the classes, a public property can be accessed by the class name in the child class also, and also from the outside of the class. So you can take the reference of this class as, in this class we have defined these three as a public inside the public section. So now outside the class also I am able to use them. I am able to call them outside the class. My class definition is here, but outside the class also I am able to call them. That is why it is a public property. There is something called child class. We will discuss that part later. Then we have a protected. So it is protected for the family only. Yeah. For example, let's say my father bought a piece of land. So this land will be accessed by him or his child, that is me, right? Other than that, nobody can access it. Yeah. Other than that, nobody can access it. So it will be accessed by him or by his child, which is me. That is a protected property. So same thing here, a protected property can only be accessed by the class name or by the class or inside the child class. Then it will become a protected. So by chance, if you are storing these things in the protected section, you are going to get the error. Just see that protected section. Now all these things are inside the protected section. Check the syntax. Access to protected attribute is not allowed. You are calling them outside of the class, which is not possible. Anyone cannot directly access my land, right? And then the private. So something which is private for the individual, which is private for the individual. Everybody has some private things for the individual. It can only be accessed by the same class, not in the child class and nor in outside the class. Nor outside the class. That is why it is private. Okay. That is why it is private. So three features are there: public, protected, and private. You can see this in the class also, which we have declared. Go back to form base, and here now in the attribute section, you can check the visibility. Three visibility will always found: public, protected, and private. So this was a overview section on object oriented programming today. Please try to go through it. In the next part, we will deep dive and we will see the implementation and real use case related to our ABAP system. Any other question today? Okay, good.
Okay.
All right. So we have discussed the public, protected, and private, right? We saw the encapsulation feature. All right, let's create one method and let's try to understand it in a more detail. So I will be creating one method here, and let's take a requirement to display the sales and material master data based on the select option. Now since we have discussed it in detail, whenever we are talking about select options, we will be creating a table type, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
right. So same thing we are required when you are talking about a parameter, single value, or if you are talking about a work area, you will be passing the structures. Yeah. All right. So let's get back to system and let's open it. Yeah. All right. I'll go to AC24 and I will create my very first object class for sales. Create it, class sales order. Let it be final at this moment. We will see its features, and I will pass the package and request. Yeah. Now methods. So let's say display sales order. I will make this for now as instance static. We have seen now there is no something big difference here. I will make the visibility as public, and I will write here a description: display sales order data. Then we will go for the parameters. In the same way you define in the function module, it is almost similar here. I will take a input. So let's say P sales and type. Not type here. Let me make it importing. Yeah. And this will be a associated type. So let me check whether I have any table type for it, or I will have to create it. One more thing I want to show you: whenever you are referring for a standard data element, like we are going for VBAK, VBAP and material table. So you see this is a standard data element. So for the standard data elements, you are not required to every time create a table type. You can also find a range of it. Just go for data type, paste your data element here and go for this icon where used list. Go for the table type section. Yeah. and search for it. We will find out range table for sales order. See this? See this? We can use it. It is similar, sign option low and high, char 1, char 2, and in the low and high it is using the data element. So this is a standard table type SAP has given us. You can just use it. You are not required to create this custom every time. So I will simply paste it here as the importing. Then I will have a exporting. So let's say LT table exporting, and I will simply pass my table type for it. Again, let me go and check. I have created, I believe, material sales. It is structure material sales. No, this is different. Sales. I don't have anything. Yeah, table. This is for select option. Okay, no problem. Anything else here? Table sales. VB type, Posner, Matner, SPRS. Yes, I can use this. Yeah. So let's use this table type. We have already created it in our function module section. I'm just using here. If you want, you can pass any exception here. Let's say wrong data or wrong sales document number, wrong sales document number. Yeah. Okay. Then I will simply go to this source code and you will write here logic. You will write here logic. So I will write logic here, select my VBAK, VBELN, ERDAT, and what are the other columns? Let's check it. Azat or name, okay. ERZDT, ERNUM, VBTYP. Then we have VBAP table. So VBAP, item number and material number. Okay. So item number will be Posner and material number will be Matner. Yeah. Then our MAKT. So SPRAS and MAKTX. So MAKT, SPRAS and MAKTX. Right. From VBAK, inner join VBAP on VBAK Veblen is equal to VBAP Veblen. Then again inner join MAKT on VBAP Veblen is MAKT Veblen. Yeah, right.
It has to be
Into
Matner, no?
what? Oh, sorry,
This
Matner.
declaration,
It will
yeah.
be Matner. Yeah, sorry. It will be material number. Into table our output. So LT table where the VBAK Veblen in P sales. This is my importing. So P sales. Let me check for the syntax. No error. Perfect. We will apply a condition here. If LT table is initial, we will be simply raising. So raise exception our wrong sales document number. Wrong. I think exception is not needed. Yeah. Wrong sales document number. Yeah. Perfect. Check for the syntax. No error. Activate it. Right. So let's debug it directly from the class, then we will call it in the program. So I will put a debugger here. I will go for execute button, execute this method, pass the input. So I bt 1 to 9. I will go back and I will execute it. Desktop 3. Now you can check the p sales value. Yeah, it is correct. We are getting our internal table I between. Perfect. I will execute. Size of RC is 0, so we are getting something in LT table. Yeah, we are getting the records. Exception will not be triggered, and we will get the output here 21 entry. So it's fine. But if I will pass here wrong input, let's say 50, which is not there in the system, I will execute it F6, and this time again we are getting any result. This time we are getting every result possible. Why? P sales 50 to 100. It is there in the system. Okay, it is there in the system. All right, let's pass some wrong value then. Let's say 1000 to 5000. Again execute. This time nothing. Yeah. Size of RC is 4. Perfect. 0 record. An exception will be raised. So we will be getting the exception, right? Exception will be raised. So this is how you can simply create a method. It is almost similar to the function module that you are creating, but the way of working is completely different here. Yeah, the way of working is completely different here. It is completely based on object oriented concept. So let's get back to SE38, and we will be calling this method, calling sales in program. Yeah, calling class in program, neighbor, executable, package, and transport request. So this is our report, right? This is our report. Now what kind of method I have created? This is an instance method, so we are required to create an object of this class. I will create an object lo underscore obj is equal to new keyword, my class name. Yeah, and I will create it. Perfect. Then what I will do, I will simply call it. So lo underscore obj, I will call this here, uncomment it, and I will take the input. So let's create a select option, lv weblin type weblin va, and if there is a select option problem, so select option as weblin for lv weblin. We will pass our select option here. We will get the data, so we need a table. Okay, I need to create that one also, data lt sales type. Let me bring the table type, table sales. Yeah, let's paste it, and I will use it. So lt sales. Now if this exception is triggering, so we can also write a message for it. If size of RC is equal to 1, we can give here error message. So message sales data do not exist, type information, and activate it. Otherwise, if size of RC is equal to 0, so else size sub RC equal to 0, we will simply display it. So CL demo output. Now I believe you would have understand the use case of this. This is a class and it has got one static method display in which we are just passing the internal table. Yeah, in which we are just passing the internal table and it is simply displaying it. So it is only for demo output, only for testing purpose. It will never be used in the projects, only for local testing. Execute. Let's pass the input. Execute it. Yeah, we are getting the results, right? And if I will pass here wrong input, I will get this information, right? So this is a normal creation of class and we are creating a object of it, right? Now let's go and see some properties of this class. If I check this properties section, here I have made instance generation as public. It simply means outside of this class, I will be able to create object of it. But if I will change it to protected, activate it. Now let's go and see the problem in this syntax check. An instance of the class can only be created within the class itself or within one of its subclasses. Can you see the difference here? The same thing we have defined for the protected visibility. It is protected for family only. Yeah, can only be accessed by the class or inside the child class. Now I have made the instance generation as protected, so we cannot create its instance, its object outside of this class. We can either create it inside this class or inside its child class, inside its child class. Okay, inside its child class. So this is the difference here. Private is only protected for private section, only for this class only. Abstract is something else. We will discuss it later. So public. Okay, is this part clear? Or any questions on
Yes.
this? Nothing? All right. So we, is there some message here? No, sir. Aviram, any problem with your mic? Okay. All right. So we discussed a very interesting concept, encapsulation, wrapping of attributes and functions together within the class. The reason for it is never ever a good approach to directly allow the access of the attributes as they might contain some important data which is really important for the class, right? So what we do is we will create a public method and we will make all these attributes as private. Yeah. So there is a way to implement this encapsulation, implementing the encapsulation part, part. Yeah. We will be making the attributes mostly as private, or you can make it protected also if you want them in the child class. So you will be making the attributes as private, and then we will be using them inside the methods of the class, of the class, which will be public, so from the outside user will have the access of methods, will have the access of methods, not the attribute directly. Yeah, directly. We never allow anyone to directly access anything. So whenever you are going for ATM, what you see there are lots of method implemented. You are going to select the type of account as saving, right, or current account. So everything you are selecting from the interface, and in the backend a logic is running. That logic is all about method, which you are going to simply write here. Yeah. So to implement the encapsulation, there is a concept of getter and setter. Getters and setter, they all both are method. So getter is a special type of method which is used to access the properties of the class. Properties of the class. It is a special type of method which is used to access the properties of the class. And then we have this setter. So setters are used to set the properties of the class without directly accessing it. Directly accessing it. Yeah, this is how it is used. Also, if you have ever worked with Java programming, in Java, let me just write it. In Java programming, there is a concept of this keyword. This is also there in the Fury, right? Because
Yeah, JavaScript.
so there is a concept of this keyword which refers to the current object. Current object. Yeah. Here in ABAP, we have me keyword, which refers to the current object. Yeah, which refers to the current object. So we usually utilize them. Again, it is not mandatory to use it. If you are not using this, then there is no problem. Automatically it will be referring to the current object itself. Okay, so let's see the use case of it. I will create a getter and setter. Let's get back to the program and getters, setters, abstraction. Create it. Abstraction implementation. Type as executable, package and transport request. Yeah. So I will be creating here parameters. Two parameter I will create here. One will be for employee ID, and I will pass the data element of our employee ID, which we have been using for a long time now. And then I will be passing the name also. So employee name, type the employee name. Yeah. Then I will create two parameters, a radio button here. So PR1, type C radio button group, one group name, and PR2, type C radio button group name. So for getter and setter, I will be creating here two radio button. So let's go and give this a name. Selection text, employee ID, employee name. This radio button one will be for getter, and the second one will be setter. Yeah, basically we will be getting the value or we will be changing or the value. This is the only definition of it, getting or setting. Yeah. Now let's create one class. So class abstraction class, or let it be, let's name it class 1 definition and class. Then we will have the class implementation. So class 1 implementation and class. Yeah, right. Now in it you can define your public section. So public section, protected section, and the private section. Three sections are there. Here I will be simply defining my value. So I will define here the attribute data, employee ID, type employee ID, and let's say I am passing a default value to it as 101. Yeah. Employee name, type employee name, data element, then its value I'm passing here my name itself, Amritraj. Okay, a private attributes I have created. Now if I will try to access it outside of the class, it is not possible. So start of selection, I will create the object of this class, data keyword LOBJ is equal to new class 1. Yeah, right. If I will try to access these properties, it will not allow me. So obj employee ID, if you will try, I will try to access it. Let's check. Write a statement. It will give me error directly. Access to private attribute is not allowed, right? So this is the concept of abstraction. We are abstracting the direct access of the private or protected values. Instead, what we will be doing, we will be creating here methods. So I will declare here method. One will be get employee, that is getter here, and I have another method I will be creating here as set employee. And for this set employee, I will have two importing parameter also. So p employee id, type data element, and p employee name, type the data element. Yeah, this will be a setter method. Okay, now we will have to need to do the implementation. So I will go for the class implementation part, method, and here I will implement the get employee. So get employee and method, and I will implement set employee and method, get employee and set employee. So get is only for getting. I will simply display the values. So you can either use me keyword here like this way to refer the current object, or if you don't want, then it is not mandatory, you can directly use this, it will also be fine. Yeah, totally up to you. So me employee name, yeah, then I will have set employee. So for the set employee, I will change the values. So me employee id is equal to the input that user is getting. So this is the parameter p employee id, importing parameter. I will simply pass it here, and employee name is equal to p employee name. Okay, right? It's perfect. Yeah, it's perfect. Once it will be done, if I can check here if size sub rc is equal to 0, if size sub rc is equal to 0, and if I will simply call my get employee. So here I will be directly calling the get employee. Internally you can call it, there is no problem on that part, because we are directly inside the class, we can call internally everything. So I will check if the setting is correct, I will display the correct result, and let's try to find out whether the value is getting changed or not, right? So after the creation of object, I will check if PR1 is equal to true, then I will display the get employee hello underscore obj get employee method, and else if prt is equal to true, yeah, then I will be calling the set employee. So set employee. See, for the set employee, it is expecting two parameters because we have given here importing. So it is expecting here two parameters. The same parameter which we will be getting from the user, I will be sending there. So P employee ID. Oh, this name is same. Okay, let's make it something different. Employee ID. Otherwise, system will be confused a little bit. Here. So it will be employee ID now. P. Okay, let me recall it. Yeah. The parameter that I am getting, I will simply pass it here. P employee ID and P employee name and paste it. Employee name. Yeah. Yeah. Check for the syntax. P employee name, it will be employee name. Yeah. Let me check now. It's okay. All right. So what we have done here is we created two private attributes, and we do not want it is not possible to access it. To access it, I have created two method here. One is get employee, another is set employee. For the set, I have taken two parameters as input. Then I am modifying the value of my attributes here using the set employee, and then I will check it in the output whether the changes has been done or not. Right? Let's put a breakpoint here and check it. Execute. I will first go for getter and I will execute it. So it will be calling the method. Let's press F5. We are inside the get employee. This will be displayed. And we are getting 101 and Amrit Raj. Perfect. Now I will change the value 200. Let's say Rajat. Okay. I will go for setter and I will execute it. See this? It is getting changed. So let's get back to debugging first. I'll put a debugger here. Execute. I will pass the value 200 and Rajat. Setter. Execute it. Check for the desktop 3. All right, so R1 is not true, so it will go for the next part and it will call this set employee method. At this moment, what is the value of our attribute? Let's check it. Oh, it is not directly, we cannot reflect it, no problem. I will go there here. Why it is not reflecting? Directly static values we cannot, sorry, they are the private value, no problem. I will go inside them. Me is simply doing the changes. Now see this value. Whatever value you have passed in the parameter, it will be saved here. Employee ID and name. Yeah. And the same thing it is going to call you. Here it is same thing it is going to call you. And you will get it in the output. But if you will go for getter again, now again, you will get the very first result. Amrit Raj, which is the default value. So both of our values are working here. I am just showing a sample case how the abstraction actually works. Instead of directly accessing the attributes or the local variables or the private properties, we will be mapping them inside a method. And this is the class under a single unit. This is the class. This is the definition of your abstraction, how it works. Wrapping of attributes and functions, that is method, under a single unit class. Clear? So much of silence. What happened?
No, sir. Clear, sir.
It's clear,
Yeah.
everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Guys, this is something you would have learned it in your college days. But now we are trying to explain the same stuff using ABAP, right? Okay, no problem. There is another concept called constructor. Who is going to explain this? Constructors. Hmm. What is constructors? Am I audible? Because what is constructor?
Yeah, you are audible. I'm trying to recall exact definition.
As a Fiori developer, I will expect this answer from you.
We are not using constructor very frequently.
Okay.
The method which will be called automatically.
Method which will be called automatically. Okay. Any other thing other than that? Then what is the difference between any other thing? If I have to call it anyway, then why do I need a separate kind of word constructor here? All right, let's try to find out. No problem. So constructor is a special type kind of method. First thing, kind of method. Yeah. Which when you create, which wait a second, which will be triggered automatically by the system when you create any object. Whenever you are going to create any object, it will be called automatically by the system. First thing. Second property is constructor will not have any exporting or returning parameter. So it is a special kind of method which will never have any exporting or returning parameter. Yeah, it will never have any exporting or returning parameter. Third property, constructor will always be declared in the public section. Yeah, always be declared in the public section, because mostly we create objects outside of the class only, so it must be public. Okay, the purpose of this constructor, or the purpose of constructor, is to some values initialize some values to the attributes. The purpose of the constructor is to initialize some values to the attributes. Okay, right? This is how it is declared. Constructor, the name of the constructor method, method will always be constructor, will always be constructor here. Basically, this is how you can also call it, also known as instance constructor. It's called when we are calling the object. Sorry, when we are creating the object. Yeah. All right. When we are creating the object. So here you see, I have got some getter and setter. Now instead of this getter, I will be doing something else. Let's comment it out. Yeah. I will comment out the implementation of this getter and setter. Instead, I will create a constructor method here. So methods constructor methods constructor here, right? And I will have importing all the importing parameter of this, because we can have importing parameter for our instance constructor, but we cannot have exporting here. Yeah, we can have importing, but we cannot have exporting. Check for the syntax. No values were passed to mandatory parameter. Yeah, you see. So now let me just write the implementation for it first. So method constructor and method, and here I will write the implementation, everything for the setter. As usual, we have done it already. Let's just paste it here. I will be just changing the values, and here I will be displaying them. So write statement, employee ID, employee name. Yeah. Now understand the situation. Whenever you are creating a constructor, and if you have given any parameter for that, then there is a problem. The problem is, when you are creating the object, it is mandatory to pass the values for the parameters, because constructor is something which will be called automatically whenever you are creating a object. So whenever you are creating an object, this method will be called automatically constructor, and this constructor have what you see here, two importing parameters. So it is expecting these two values. That is why you are getting this error. No values was passed to the mandatory parameter employee ID. So I will pass here the values for that. P employee ID is equal to my this parameter PEMP ID, right? Again, one more parameter is there. It will again give the error. No values were passed to P employee name. So let's pass that value also. P employee name, where it is, P employee name is equal to PEMP underscore N. Yeah, this one. Okay, check the syntax now. Now there is no need of this getter and setter. Okay, let's remove this parameters, getter and setter. Don't need this logic. I will directly call it. As soon as you are going to create the object, it will call the constructor. This constructor will be called. It will pass the value, and we are going to display it. So let's check it. So I will put a breakpoint here. Execute. Pass any input here, 500. Any name. Execute it. Constructor is getting created. Press here F5 and see, automatically we are in the constructor section. Automatically it will store the value, and we will get a different output here. We will get here a different output. Yeah. So guys, this is the concept of a constructor. It will call automatically. It will be called automatically when you are creating an object, and the purpose of the constructor is to initialize some values to the attributes. Yeah, it will never ever have any exporting or returning parameter. If you will try to pass here, it will give you a error. So if I will try to pass any exporting here, result, type I, check it. Constructor may only have importing parameters and exceptions, but it cannot have exporting parameters. Right? Clear for everyone? Is it clear?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Are you getting it, Omar, Rahul, Saurabh, Rajat, Vikas, Aviram?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
I understood.
Yes, sir.
Omar? Omar, you are not audible. Okay, perfect. So constructor and abstraction, right? Then let's move on to the next feature of our object-oriented programming, which is inheritance. Inheritance. Yeah, I believe everybody, almost everybody would have idea on this inheritance concept. So it is the inheriting of parent class features into the child class. I think I have already explained this inheritance. Let me check. Global encapsulation. No, I have not explained it. Okay, no problem. It is the inheriting of parent class features into the child class. Like for example, we get the access of all the properties of our parents, like we look like them, right? We have almost the same kind of blood, same type of blood as our parents have. Yeah, also our physical appearance is same. Appearance is almost same. Yeah, now if I talk about normally in real life, what you can say is whatever the properties like land, jewelries, whatever it is, I don't know its actual spelling. So whatever the properties the parents will have, we will have the access of it. We will have the access of it, right? So this is inheritance. We are inheriting the features of the parent class into the child class. In SAP ABAP, inheriting from keyword is used to inherit the parent class features into the child class. Inheriting from keyword is used to inherit the parent class features into the child class. The next thing is we have a concept of final class here. So a final class is a class which cannot be subclassed, yeah, that is, it cannot have child classes. It is final in nature. For example, you can take example of this thing. If someone is not getting married, he or she will not have kids. Yeah, this can be a normal example for this. So it is final in nature. A class which is final in nature cannot be subclass. It cannot have any child classes. So if you remember our global class here, we have marked it as final. So this cannot have any child classes. If I will try to have a child class of it, let me check. Let's get back to our previous codes. Yeah, see, calling sales program. Okay, so now what I will be doing, I will be creating a subclass. Just see what is going to happen. So I will create here child class definition inheriting from this class. See what is going to happen now. And class, I am trying to inherit from this one. Let's check the syntax. The final class cannot have any subclasses. Yeah, the final class cannot have any subclasses. That is a final class. It cannot have any child classes. But if I remove this, now see this error will be removed automatically. Now this will have the access of all the properties of this. So let's check it. Now instead of this class, I will create a object of child class. Now I will create this object of child class. Yeah, child class. And then using the child class, I will be calling the method of this parent class. You see, in the parent we have this display sales order, but using the child class object I am trying to access it. Let me check. There is no error. I will activate it. I will be executing it. I am getting this information message, or if I'll be passing the correct input, I will be getting the correct data. Yeah, I will be getting this correct data. Are you all clear for this? Inheriting the parent class feature into the child class. If the class has been marked as final, then it will not be able to, you will not be able to access it. Yeah, you will not be able to access it.
Sir,
So
can
he,
you explain a little bit about again? I did not
yeah,
get
okay,
that.
let me just show you local classes using local class. So inheritance, local class, inheritance. I will be using here executable, package and transport request. All right, so let's create one parent. So parent class definition and class. Here I will be having one property, let's say method display employee, or let's say display text, only a normal method text. I will be writing some logic for it. So class parent class implementation and class. Here I will be having method display text and method. Okay, class definition and class implementation. So let's say write hello, welcome to object oriented programming, object oriented world. Okay, I have given here a definition, a implementation. Now I will have a child class. So class child class definition and class and class. And then what I will be doing here, let's see this. I will be inheriting. So inheriting from my parent. So whatever the features that you have defined here, everything will come inside this. Everything will come inside the child class. Now if you will try to access the properties, one more thing guys, whenever you are defining any local classes, always create the object in start of selection. There is a notice, I am writing it here because I believe somebody will definitely do this mistake. Please only create objects in start of selection to avoid unnecessary errors when you are having local classes, because the definition of the class always starts with from line 1. So sometime it can cause a problem here whenever you are compiling or executing it. So it is better to have the startup selection and create here the object. Hello child class is equal to new child class class. Yeah, I will call the object the method. So child class, the name of the method here as display text. Wait it. See this. Using the child class, we are able to access the parent properties. Yeah, but by mistake, if I will be making this class as final, then this class has become a final class. This is not possible now. Check it. The final class cannot have any subclasses. Clear, Rajat?
Yes, sir.
Right?
Okay.
Okay. Activate it. Yeah. So this is the concept of inheritance. Everyone, is it clear? I have shown it in two different use cases here, globally and locally both.
Understood, Angu.
So with this inheritance, again here two properties comes into the pictures for the methods. One is called method overloading, and another one is called method overriding. Method overloading. Another one is called method overriding. Can anyone try to explain this? Yeah. Method overloading and method overriding.
Overriding is maybe skipping that method.
Skipping. Okay. But I think you are 1% correct. Rest 99% you are missing it.
No, I am just going by the name. I don't know anything.
That's why I said no 1%. Okay, no problem, guys. See, overloading. So method overloading is a property. Overloading is a property which says or which states that a class can have multiple methods with the same name but different parameters. Class can have multiple methods with the same name but different parameters. This is the concept of method overloading. Same name but different parameter. So let me just explain. In Java and C++, it is allowed, but it is not accepted by ABAP programming. We cannot have here multiple we cannot have here method overloading concept. If I will try, let me just show you. Here I have already displayed I have one method display text. If I will try to define another method, let me just show you what will happen. Display text with importing parameter, let's say p employee id, type data element. It is going to give me an error. It will say that it was already declared. So this is a concept which is supported by Java and C++, but in ABAP system, it is not supported, the concept of method overloading. Same name, but different parameters. Importing, exporting, it can be anything. Now if I talk about overriding, yeah, so let me just take an example. Let's say my father bought a piece of land, bought a piece of land, and he used it for farming purpose. Yeah. After some time, he handed that land to me, and what I did, and I used it for let's say running a industry. I developed it. I created a building on that for running a organization on that. So the land is same here, but two people are using it for different purpose. Parent was using it for different purpose, and the child is using it for different purpose, right? So here the technical definition of this method overriding is a method which is defined in the parent class can have different implementation in the child class, can have a different implementation in the child class. The method which is defined in the parent class can have a different implementation in the child class here, right? In the child class. But so child class, this is the concept of method overriding. Concept of method overriding supported by ABAP and Java etc. Yeah, it is supported in ABAP, but for overriding, you are required to redefine the method in the child class. If you want to write a separate logic of it, you are required to redefine the method in the child class. Redefinition is mandatory for the method overriding. So you see here, we have got this method display text in the parent class, but in the child class, if I want to write it a separate logic, I will have to redefine it here. So public section methods, what is the name of the method? Display text. This is the method, and display text redefinition, you will have to redefine it here. Then you can write the logic now. So class, child class, implementation, and class, and in it I will write the logic for display. So method display text, and let's say I am method overriding. I am method overriding. Yeah. Now the guys, the name of the method is same, but in the child class it is being used differently, and in the parent class it is being used differently. So if you will create the object of parent class, let's check that now. Data hello parent is equal to new parent class. Yeah. And I will call the object using the parent. So parent method name display text. So both will have two different output here. First one is welcome to object oriented world. Second one is saying I am method overriding. I am method overriding. So a single concept, you can use it for different purpose. The concept is only inheritance, and so many things I am creating it out of it. So many way of using the same thing. Guys, object oriented is a completely universe, is a complete universe in itself. If you will start loving it, you can do anything out of it. You can build any kind of logic, any kind of requirement out of it, and you will definitely outstand the more than 80% competition in your market, because 70 to 80% market only follows a traditional approach of function modules and traditional way of programming using subroutines and all. But object oriented is most important out of it. Clear for everyone? Inheritance. So much silence, what happened? Yeah, Rajat, are you
Yes,
saying
sir.
something? Getting it?
Yes, sir. So, but getting it because it's new to me, so that's why I'm
Rajat,
trying to.
see, uh, over my years of experience while teaching other people's employees of various organization, mostly I've been teaching in Capgemini. So what I have saw there, lots of peoples are there, right? Someone is very brilliant. I am saying a single thing, he or she will get it automatically. Even they don't need guidance. But some are not that brilliant. But that sometime what I see there is they are working so hard that they almost every time they beat their talent. Yeah. So learning is completely our choice, how much we are interested in learning anything, how much we are willing to put our effort. Okay,
Okay, sir.
got it.
Okay, sir.
Any other questions, guys? Rahul, Omar, Aviram, Saurabh, Vikas?
No, sir, I'm good.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah. So this inheritance, and we saw uh, inheritance. All right, one way of other inheritance can be multi-label inheritance. Multi-label inheritance. Yeah, multi-label inheritance. So see this part, multi-label, that is multiple labels of the inheritance. So for example, again take one real life case. My father inherited the properties from his properties from the grandfather, from my grandfather, right? And I am inheriting the properties of my father. Can I simply say this? Can I simply say this, that I have the properties of my grandfather? Yes or no? Can I simply say this? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Definitely the answer is yes. I have the properties of my grandfather. Yeah. So same concept is your multi-label. The child class will have all the properties of the grandfather class, grandfather class. This is multiple labels of the inheritance. You can see this. I can make it as grandfather. Let's make this as grandfather. This is as a grandfather, and inheriting from grandfather. This will become a parent class, or better name it father class. father class here. Yeah. Grandfather. Let's remove all this. There is no need of this. Yeah, remove it. Now I will have a child class also. So class child implementation. Sorry, definition. Inheriting from parent and class. So this child is inheriting from, no, sorry, not parent, father class. This is the name we have given. So father class. This child will inherit from this father. This father will inherit from grandfather. So if I am something defining here, let's say I'm defining one attribute. Attribute is gold type. What should I write it here? Let's say my name, data element, and value I will store 1000 kgs. Yeah. Let me check for the error. No error. Okay. So I have created here one variable, one attribute for the grandfather class, gold 1000 kg its value is, and I will be using it in object here. So let's create here child of object, child class object, hello child, uh, hello child is equal to new keyword child class. Yeah, and using the child I will be calling the grandfather property, so gold. So write statement, I will be using write statement here, hello child and gold. Execute it. 1000 kg, 1000 kg. Yeah, getting it clear? Multiple labels of the inheritance. Okay, so guys, yeah, multi-level inheritance. Then after we have abstract classes. Abstract class. Who is going to explain this? Abstract class. Okay. So in ABAP programming, an abstract class is a special type of class. Abstract class is a special type of class. Yeah, that cannot have any object of its own. Yeah, that is, it cannot be instantiated. Yeah, instead it serves as a blueprint. Serves as a blueprint. Yeah, as a blueprint for other classes. Instead, it serves as a blueprint for other classes. Okay. A class which object cannot be created, instead it serves as a blueprint. Yeah. Second thing, it is a class that must have at least one abstract method. It must have at least one abstract method. Yeah. A class which must implement at least one abstract method, and it can have any number of non-abstract method. कम से कम एक abstract method चाहिए. Otherwise, it can have any number of non-abstract method. Now, let's understand this abstract method. Yeah. abstract method. So again, abstract methods are a special type of method. So abstract method is a method which has only definition, which has only definition, but it cannot have any implementation. It has only definition part, but it cannot have any implementation. Yeah. So we cannot create object of it. So how we will be utilizing its feature? Yeah. So to utilize the feature of the abstract class, to utilize the features of a abstract class, we create subclasses, a child class for it, and we inherit the feature of the abstract class, and then we create the object of the child classes, create the object of the child classes. Yeah, child classes, we create object of the child classes. This is how a abstract class actually works. You cannot create object of it, but instead it serves as a blueprint for other classes. Yeah, let me just show you. I will go back to my SAP system, login, create abstract class. Yeah, abstract class. I will pass the type here, executable, package and transport request. Okay, right. Then I will implement it. So I will create here one class. Let's say class. Let's name it abstract class only. Abstract underscore class definition. Yeah, right. I will give this class as a abstract. Then it will become a abstract class and class. Public section. Now the definition of a abstract class is the class must have at least one abstract method, at least one abstract method, and you can have any number of non-abstract method. Abstract simply means a method which has only definition without any implementation. So see this, if you will not pass any abstract method here, by default system will ask for it. So let's go for that method. What should I say? Display sales order. Yeah, and I will give this method as abstract. This is how we create a abstract method. See, abstract method. Yeah, then I will create a subclass of it. So class, child class, definition, inheriting from abstract class. Okay, and class. Right. Now since this is a abstract class, I will have to implement this abstract method here inside the child class, right? So let me do that. Public section. I will redefine that method. So display sales order, redefinition. We will do the redefinition here and we will implement the logic of it. So class, child class implementation. So child class implementation and class, and here we will implement it. So method display sales order and method, right? Now you can simply write the logic, display sales order, and you can simply write the logic. Yeah, so let me just bring back the type that we have used yesterday. I think I have written the program of it. Inheritance, let me check that. Not this one. this program. Yeah, we can use this. So I will create the table type. Let's bring it. Yeah. And I will also bring the logic that I have implemented. This one. Let's bring this. And we will paste it here. Yeah, into table. What is the table here? LT sales. Okay, so LT sales. For the syntax, no error, activate it. Yeah, activate it. You see what I have done here? I created a abstract class. That abstract class must have at least one abstract method. This is the definition. Then I inherited it into the child class, and I am writing the logic for this abstract method here in the child class. Yeah. You cannot create the object of your abstract class. Just see this data hello underscore obj is equal to new abstract it. Instance of the abstract class cannot be generated. See this? It is not possible because it is abstract in nature. However, you can create the object of the subclasses of a abstract class. So same thing I will do here. I will use it. Child class, syntax check, no error, and I will simply call the method. So after this one, let's display it also here. CL demo output, display, and LT sales. Yeah. So now let's call this. So allow obj display sales order. Activate it and execute it. See, we are getting all the records, right? Is this abstract class clear?
Sir,
Hmm.
bit clear, but can you scroll up little bit? Yes, you have first created the class, then the child class for the inheriting the properties of abstract class.
Mm-hmm.
After that, you can create a subclass for that for the line number 26. I cannot get the point clearly.
Line number 26. This is the
Yes, sir.
implementation of the child class.
Okay, okay. Okay, okay,
Every
okay, okay.
class has a definition and its implementation also. But for this abstract class, you see, I have only abstract method. I don't have any non-abstract method. So there is no need of any implementation of this.
Okay,
If
okay,
you will be
okay.
creating here, let's say I have given any display text non-abstract method, then this will also ask for the implementation. It is saying that the class abstract class definition does not have a class abstract class implementation. See,
Okay.
then you will need the implementation of this one also. So class abstract class implementation and class, and you will need to use the method display text. Method. See,
They can get an error. Okay, sir.
wait a second. I have given some different name. Abstract. Okay, there is a issue in the spelling. Okay, remove this. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah,
Yes,
ठीक
but this
clear.
can. Okay,
And now you can use this method in the child class also because it is
okay,
being
okay, sir.
inherited. This is just a class, but a special type of class whose object you cannot create.
Okay,
whose
okay, sir.
object you
Yes.
cannot create.
So only thing, Amrit, for the abstract class, it
Uh,
can have one abstract method, and
at
in
least
that
one
case,
abstract method is mandatory, but you can have more
mandatory.
abstract method also. See this, I will make this abstract, no problem.
That is
Okay.
not. The thing is, if I'm okay, but we are implementing okay abstract, whatever the method I'm mentioning, that I can skip the implementation part.
Yeah, that is
Hmm.
abstract. The word abstract simply
Hmm.
means no implementation,
No
only definition.
implementation. Okay.
Only definition.
Okay.
Everybody is getting this? Guys, please be interactive in the class.
Somebody thinking of the use case, like where we can use this abstract concept.
Okay. So since just see this, you are a Fiori developer, right? So when you are implementing the UI5, you see UI5 is just all about object-oriented programming, right?
Hmm.
There lots of classes, its child class. If I am talking only about the SAP.mobile library, it itself has lots of parent classes, right?
Correct.
That consists of lots of classes, and it everything at the, if we talk about that table also that we usually create there, that table is inheriting the list is inheriting the parent list, right?
Yeah, list
So
based. Yeah. Mhm.
certain things we are defining here, and then we are using it in the child class, then might be using it in some other classes also. So this is just for definition purpose. Just take a sample example. Okay, let's come back. Normally, let's come to real life now. I will take an example here. What I can say is, for example, let's say a four-wheeler class. I defined a four-wheeler class and I defined it as a abstract. Now inside this, I created a abstract method. For the abstract method, it is mandatory the class must be abstract. Okay. So I created a abstract method, number of wheels. It's a four-wheeler. Okay, no problem. Then I will create engine. Okay. I will use engine. Now I am inheriting this in a, let's say, BMW class, then Maruti Suzuki class, Maruti Suzuki class. Now tell me the use case of it. Here it will have a different engine. Yes, right. So here it will have a
Yes.
different implementation for this abstract method, right? Here it will have a different engine. If I am talking about Tata Nano, which was earlier used, it will have a different engine. Method is same, right? We are just inheriting it and using it according to our requirement. Clear?
Mhm.
Is that part clear, everyone?
It's like we are providing the method's name only, but implementing we are doing
Yeah.
in a child class. That's it.
Yes,
Right?
yes. Yes, the same stuff is there. A little bit similar to your, you can say this method overriding.
Method overriding. Correct.
Yeah. Generally, method overriding we usually explain after explaining the abstract classes. But like I explained it earlier. Okay. Clear?
Okay, Amrit, one question
Uh,
again.
uh,
So this methodology we can use, for example, on the abstract, we can define a general characteristics, and when we go down, so when we do the subclasses, so we can be
uh.
more specific.
Yes, yes. There we can
Uh,
be more specific. Like, see this. I could have given their display data as a abstract method. Okay. Now I inherited it in the, let's say, sales order class. Then I'm implementing the sales order display. If I am inheriting this in a purchase order, there I am displaying it as the purchase order data. The method is only display data, right? So there we can
yes.
specify the actual need that we need. Here it can have some, let's say, very high class engine. So the total specific part will be there. Here a low budget engine, very low budget engine, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Another more comprehensive form of abstract class is interfaces. More comprehensive form. Interfaces. See this part. Interfaces. If you understand the abstract class, there is no problem while understanding the interface concept. Similar to a abstract class, a interface acts as a blueprint for other classes. But unlike abstract class, an interface cannot have non-abstract method. Non-abstract method. Yeah, this is the first property. It will only have abstract methods. It will only have abstract method, and all are by default public. All are by default public. You are not required to mention it explicitly. All of them are by default public. All of them, it will only have abstract method, that is only definition without implementation. Yeah, only definition without any implementation. So unlike abstract class, it cannot have non-abstract method. There is no implementation of interfaces. So this is one difference. Second difference is in ABAP, multiple inheritance is not allowed. Is not allowed using classes. The best example is every child will only have a single parent, a single father, right? So same stuff is here also. Using classes, you cannot have multiple inheritance. Let's say I am creating another class here. Let me just show you. If I am creating another class here, class A definition and class, and if I will try to use this one here as an inheritance by giving another comma, by default you can see system is giving another error here. Class A, check the syntax. Comma without preceding colon after class. It is not possible, it is not allowed in SAP system to use multiple inheritance using classes. Yeah, it is not allowed. But using interfaces, we can implement the multiple inheritance, as we can use multiple inheritance, multiple interfaces in a class. You can use multiple interfaces in a class. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is the single and the most two important difference between the abstract classes and interfaces. Abstract class can have non-abstract method, but interface cannot have non-abstract method. Abstract class is a class, right? You cannot go for multiple inheritance using that, but using interfaces you can try for the multiple inheritance. Let me just show you. I will create two methods, so remove this. Let's create another program. Interface web interfaces in object oriented programming. Yeah. Executable, package and request. You see, right? Now I will declare here interfaces. Right, I'm going to simply define two interfaces here. See this interface 1 definition, not definition, we cannot have here definition and all those things. Okay, interface, yeah, and interface. Okay, now all the methods are by default here public and abstract, so you can try this. See this methods display text 1. I have created one interface here. See, it will not ask for implementation and all those things. Nothing. I will create another interface. So interface 2 and interface. I will declare another method here. Methods display text 2. There is no need to use the abstract keyword here. All of the methods are by default abstract. It is not asking for any implementation. You can check it. No syntax error. Then I will have a class here. So class, let's say class 1 definition and class, and I will use these interfaces. So public section, you can also go into the SE24 and you can check it. There is a special section for interfaces there. See this, there is a special section for interfaces and you can add any number of interface here. It is allowed. So same thing I'm doing here, public section, and I will simply use these interfaces. Interface 1 comma interface 2. Now let's check for the syntax. See this, now it is asking for the implementation. Why it is asking for the implementation? Because you are implementing these interfaces. These interface have two abstract method, display text 1 and display text 2. So these things must be implemented here. So let's go for the class implementation and class. Then we will implement the methods of these interfaces. So method, again one important thing, till now you were directly writing the name of the method, but when you are talking about the interface name will also be used. Its name will also be used, followed by a tilde operator, this tilde operator that we are using in the joins, same thing, and after its method name. So display text and method. Similarly, you will write the logic for the second one. So interface 2 and display text and method. You can write any logic here. I will be just writing a sample here. I am interface 1. Yeah. And here I will be writing I am interface 2. Interface 2. So two interfaces and we are able to use them in the class. That is why we say that using the interfaces we can implement multiple inheritance concept. Okay, now you can create the object of this class. Start of selection, data keyword, hello object, new, class 1, and you can simply call its methods. So obj interface 1 and its method, and obj2, sorry, obj second interface and its method. If you are using the interface, then its name must be used while calling its properties. Check it. I am interface 1 and I am interface 2. Yeah. This is just another version of abstract class, but completely different. Abstract class is a class. This is just an interface. No implementation, only definition. Abstract class can have non-abstract method which will have the implementation. But this one is completely different than that. Clear?
Sir, I want to know one thing. This interface method, how we can use in while we doing a code or while we doing any project or something. So how we can use this? मतलब मैं थोड़ा समझ नहीं पाया सर इसमें कि इसको हम किस तरह से हम वहाँ पे यूज कर सकते हैं, लाइक जिस तरह से आपने बताया तो समझ गए, बट लाइक वहाँ पे ऑन द टाइम ऑफ कोड उस पे लाइक किस तरह से हम इसको यूज कर सकते हैं?
किस तरह से यूज कर सकते हैं? सी, this is just an interface. As
Okay.
this another one already asked this question, this is only for definition section. Okay, when you are going for the class, there specifically you are implementing it. So in the class we are not defining anything, we are just using the properties which has already been defined in the interface, and we are writing a separate logic here. This is to increase the reusability. So we will not be dependent on this class anymore. If this class is not working perfectly for us, we can go for any other class and we can call these interfaces again. Object oriented is mainly focused on for the reusability. Oriented is mainly focused for the decoupling of the code. For the decoupling of the code and to increase the reusability. Reusability. Yeah. To increase the reusability and decrease the dependency on a single piece of code. So by chance, if there is any problem, we will not lose everything. Okay.
Okay, sir.
It's only about the reusability and decoupling. Okay. Everybody is clear this one? Because it's
Yeah,
okay,
right. Yeah.
right? So guys, these were all the concept of your object oriented programming. All the concept, attribute, method, static, private, protected, public, inheritance, encapsulation, polymorphism, abstract class, interface, and this is really very important. I have given a brief introduction and implementation on all those things. Yeah. Now we will move on. So overall, all these concepts are there, and using them, we will use some of the our way of ABAP programming. The very first thing is events. Events. I believe now everyone can define this event word. Tell me, what is the event? Rajat, what is an event?
So to perform something With the help of events, we can perform something.
Array, this is not the correct definition, na? You should be specific with the answers. Technically, your answer looks should be correct. Events gets triggered when user is doing anything.
Okay.
When user performs any actions, any action. When user performs any action, so it will be triggered. And
Okay.
if we are talking about SAP, let's only focus on SAP. If we are talking about SAP, there is a terminology or there is a concept basically. When we are triggering anything, when something is getting triggered, is getting triggered, then it must be handled. Yeah. So to handle these events, we write the logic for standard ones, for standard events. SAP has automatically written the logic. This is the normal concept of an event that we have seen. In object oriented, it is also similar. Here, using events in object oriented programming, we can call method of, or better, using events in object oriented ABAP, method of one class can call the method of another class. Method of one class can call the method of another class. Here also, first method will be raising the event. Raising or triggering, both of them are same thing. Triggering the event. And the second method will be handling the event. Same thing you see here. If any user is performing any action, it gets triggered, and then we are required to handle. So for handling, we write the logic. Here also two methods are there. One method will be raised. So there you will have the raising logic, the problem, whatever problem, because of that the event is getting triggered. And in the second method, which it is calling, basically method of one class can call the method of another class. So the second method will have the event handling logic, which you will write. Or also some SAP has also created lots of event. You can check the standard classes. So this is a specific rule of SAP system. If something is raising, you must handle it. So here also we have got the events concept. Method of one class can call the method of another class. There are certain steps for it, for the custom when you are creating it for yourself. So steps for event handler. Step 1, which is triggering method. It is the very first method, triggering method. So a method which will raise the event, which will raise the event, will be called the triggering method. ये आपका पहला step होगा. This will be your very first step. The method which will be raising the event will be called as a triggering method. The second one, step 2, we will have the second one, event handler method. So here what I can say, a method which will handle the event. It is event handling logic. If an event is getting triggered, what we want to perform at that time, that will be your event handling logic. That will be written by you there. So event handling logic will be written, a method which will handle the event. And the third one, step 3, Now two methods are there, right? This is raising, this is handling. How system will understand that both of them are calling each other? Sorry, the first one is calling the second one. How system will understand? So to help SAP understand this, we are required to register the event handler method with the triggering method using set handler statement using set handler statement. You will be required to register them together. Three things are there: a method which will raise the event, and the second one is event handler method which will handle the event. Yeah, okay, right? So let's try to implement this concept. I will take one simple requirement: display the employee data of employee table, and based on select option. Okay, let it be based on select option. Yeah, based on the select options. This is the requirement I'm taking. Also, I will use the concept of these events. So let's see that. I will go back and I will create a new program now. Events, web app. Events in object oriented programming. Package and transport request. Here I will create a table type for my employee table. So let's say I'm directly using the table name. I will not declare any structure. Type table of, let me bring the table name, let's see, 11. Database table. Copy, paste it here. This is my table. I am declaring one internal table for it. Yeah. Then I will create select option. So LV employee ID. Type the data element of it, and then select options as employee ID for LV employee ID. Okay, normal thing. Let's give a text element for it also. Direct DDIC reference, activate. It's fine. Come back. Normal. Then I will create my class. So one class I'm creating here. So let's name this class 1 definition and class. Okay. Now inside this class you are required to create your method. So public section, I will go for my very first methods, display employee. Okay, I will also declare one event here. So events, any name you can pass, let's say wrong input. One event I am declaring inside this class. Now since this method is a non-abstract method, we are required to do the implementation for it. So class 1 implementation and class. Okay, I will write the logic here. So method display employee and method, and here I will write the logic. So select star from my table, employee tab into corresponding fields of, or it is not mandatory, you can directly write into table LT employee, where employee ID in as employee ID. For the error, no error, activate it. Okay, right. I will check my internal table. So if LT employee is initial, else, and if it is not initial, that we have got the record, so I will simply display it, cl demo output. I will display it, display lt employee, and if it is initial, here I will raise the event. So raise event wrong input. This is your triggering method. This is your triggering method, which is raising the event. Okay, which is raising the event. So very first class you created here, and you have written the logic to raise the event. Now you will need a second class. So class 2 definition, class 2 definition here, and class, you will have public section here, and let's declare the event handling method. So method, let's name it display message. Now this is the event handling method, so you will use the keyword here for event. What is the name of the event? Wrong input, or event wrong input of class name. So what is your class here? Class 1. Yeah, class 1. Display message for event wrong input of class 1. So this is how you will do the definition of it. Okay, let's implement this method. So class 2 implementation, and class, I will write the logic for this method, display message and method, and here I will simply write a text. Please enter the correct employee ID. Correct employee ID. You can write here anything. I'm just showing a sample case of it. Please enter the correct employee ID. Check for the syntax. Activate it. So triggering method, event handler method. Method of one class can call the method of the second class. Okay. These are the two steps which you have followed here. Triggering method, event handler method. Second one is register the event handler method with the triggering method. Let me just show how you will do this. So you will go for start of selection. You will create the object for both the classes. So hello obj1 for the class 1, new class 1, and obj2 for class 2. Yeah, obj2 for class 2 is equal to new class 2. Okay, you will declare it. obj1 for class 1, obj2 for class 2. Okay, and then you will use the set handler here to register it. So set handler, whenever the event is raising, so obj2 we will call the event handler display message, and it will be for the object 1, obj1. This is the registering of event handler, of event handler. This event handler method, we are registering it for the obj1. obj1 is the class 1 in which triggering method is there. obj1 is the object of the class 1 in which the triggering method is there. Okay, right? Now you can simply call your object, call your very first method display employee. So display employee. If there will be any problem, this will be raised, and this, because of this set handler, this message will be displayed. Are you getting this? What I am trying to explain here?
Yes.
So,
Okay.
one concern,
Yes, sir.
Amrit. So,
uh,
so you are calling display employee method from object one,
so
and
display employee is there in the class 1 na, so its object can only access it. You are not inheriting here. Class 2 is not inheriting
okay.
class 1, right? This is only
Mhm.
having a event implementation.
Okay, understood.
This,
Understood.
yeah, this is not inheriting the class here. This is the registration of event handler. So event handler
Mhm.
method is in the class 2. So object 2 I am calling the event handler method, and this is registering for which one? Class 1 have the triggering method, right? So it's object. So it is only doing the registration part. After that I simply calling the display employee method to check. Let's try that. I will put a breakpoint here. Execute. Let's pass the correct input first. So up to 111. Execute. We will go for desktop 3. F5. We are in the display employee. At this moment LT employee is empty. So F6. We are getting 11 records. So LT employee is not initial. It will go for else condition and display the output. It is displaying the output. Again, I have directly used the table name, so we are also getting the MANDT, but mostly it is not needed. You can try this for local testing, but since you are learning it for the very first time, I will request everyone to always create the structure by yourself. When you feel that you are really good in ABAP, then you can go for this syntax. Okay. Then go for execute again, this time incorrect. So 200 to 300, execute. Desktop 3, F5. We are here. You see, LT employee is initial, size sub RC is 4. So it will go for the event. Sorry, it will go for the event. Check this F5. We are going for the event line 32. This will be triggered. Again F5. See this where we are. Where we are now in the event handling logic section, right? So this will be used. This will be used now. Please enter the correct employee ID. So if you will pass the incorrect value here, you will get the message. If you will pass the correct value, you will get the correct data. So this is object oriented way of event. Object oriented way of events. Object oriented way of events. Rajat, are you getting this?
Yes, sir.
Guys, whenever we see this for the very first time, I know it is difficult to grasp, but see, ABAP is not difficult. If you focus on, we are doing the same thing again and again, writing the same kind of queries, only some new way of programming is coming, right? But ABAP is lengthier. Lots of concepts are there, right? Lots of concepts are there. So with practice, you can definitely learn each and everything. Is this clear? Events, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions
Yes,
on that?
yes.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay. So now this one is clear. So let's go back to another way of ALV. If you remember, when I discussed the ALV concept, there I told you we have three ways of ALV. First is normal ALV, where we see function module, grid list, and hierarchical sequence display. The second way is OOPS ALV. OOPS ALV. Now again here OOPS concept will be used. So that is method will be used. Yeah. So ALV stands for ABAP list view, viewer, or application list viewer. Okay. And we can display the ALV using object oriented concept also. In OOPS, there are two ways to display a ALV. Very first one is uh, full screen ALV display, where standard screen is used, just like your function module standard screen. Every button will be working automatically. But then the second one is container based ALV. Here you see is custom screen, just like module 2. So two ways are there. This full screen is the perhaps the most easiest way to display ALV. Most easiest way. This is the most easiest way with only one limitation, which is we cannot go for the editable ALV using this. This is the only limitation here using this one. I will show you. It is a most easiest way. There is no need to create field catalog here. So we will see that later on. But before that, this is the one which is highly used if I am talking about the object oriented here. Yeah. So container based ALV uses two important classes for displaying it. Very first class you have is CL GUI custom container, and the second one is CL GUI ALV grid. This is the grid class, and this is the container class. You can see Z name is not used. So this is what kind of class? This is a standard class here. This is a standard class. You can go and check it. SE24. Let's go there. CL GUI ALV grid. Check the interfaces. See, by default it is getting some interfaces here, and it already have a super class. This super class, what kind of class is this one? CLGUI control class. It also has a see another super class, CLGUI object class. And then finally we have this as the main parent class, CLGUI object, which itself is implementing an interface. Guys, this is how the hierarchy is used. Lots of classes inheriting from each other, and then we have this interfaces. See this. This is a this interface has these three abstract method with no implementation. This has been implemented where? Inside the some classes where it is being used. So this is the reusability. GUI control, ALV grid base is inheriting GUI control here. Then ALV grid is inheriting the ALV grid base class and getting all of its features. See this? This interface, tilde operator and its method. Interface, tilde operator and its method. See this? Are you all getting it? What I am trying to explain here?
Yes.
Okay. Mm, so many things. I believe at the end of the training, a book will be ready. Yeah, right? Okay. So container based ALV uses two important classes for displaying it. One is your CLGUI custom container. Another one is your CLGUI ALV grid. So there are certain steps which must be followed for implementing this class. So steps for ALV grid using OPS concept. There are certain steps which we are required to follow. Total 5 steps are there, or better I will say total 6 steps are there. So there are total 6 steps for OOPS ALV. Step 1, get the data in the internal table in which or better get the data in the final internal table which you want to display. Whatever the internal table is there which you want to display. After performing all the operation, get the data in the internal table. This will be your very first step, which normally we do before displaying it. We get the data in the internal table, then we loop or we use ALV to display, right? Second way is, step 2 will be there. Create the field catalog. Step 2, create the field catalog. Create the field catalog, okay, right? So for creating the field catalog, earlier we were using slis field cat ALV. Here we have a different structure, LVC SFCat. LVC SFCat. This is the structure which you will be using for creating the field catalog of the internal table and work area. For that, we all know field catalog is nothing but that's the standard structure of the output in which the ALV will be displayed. Same thing is needed here. Step 3, create a custom layout on the screen. Basically, create a container on the screen. This is a container based ALV on the screen. So we will be required to call a screen, custom screen. On that we will be creating a container. Okay. Step 4 will be there. Create the object of container class. And pass the name of the container which you have created in the step 3, which you have created in step 3 to the object of container class. Whatever container you have created, you are required to pass the name of that container to the object of the container class. This is your container class, CLGUI custom container. CLGUI custom container. Okay. Step 5. So the container class will act as a parent for the grid class, because this is where we will be displaying the ALV grid. So create the object of grid class, which is CL GUI ALV grid, and pass the container object as the parent to the grid object. That is how your container is going to act as a parent in which you will be displaying your grid. Yeah, it is the container in which you will be displaying your ALV. And the last one, step 6, call the method. So call the instance method of the grid class, call the method table for first display of the ALV grid class to display the ALV. Set table for first display of the grid class to display the ALV. Total 6 steps. First step you can eliminate, but 5 steps will be mandatory again. After getting the data in the internal table, create the field catalog, create the layout, the container, get a container object, pass the name of the container, create the grid object and pass the container as the parent to the grid object, and then simply call the set table for first display method to display the ALV. Getting it right? So let's see the same steps implementation. I will follow it. Yeah, right. I will go for UALV, object oriented ALV. So UALV executable package and request. I will create the internal table as usual. So data LT employee, again employee, or let's make this time for, yeah, employee will be fine. Type table of my table name directly, employee tab. Okay. Then what we do, we will go for start of selection and we will go for directly writing the logic. So select star from my employee table, employee tab into table LT employee. Directly I'm just writing a normal query to get the data in the internal table. This is my very first step. You can have any kind of complex requirement, but at last you will be getting the data in the internal table. This will be your very first step. Yeah. Then you can check if LT employee is not initial and if okay. Now you can go for the second step, creation of the field catalog. So this structure we are required to use, copy it and let's go and create the internal table and work area. Data LT field cat, type table of LVCSF cat and work area ls field cat. Guys, there is another way to also declare a work area. I believe I have already explained using the internal table like line of. You can also use this. Using the internal table, you can also declare the work area. Or again, you can directly use type keyword here. Totally up to you. Another way to declare work area. To declare work area. So I have created here internal table for field catalog and work area. Now for each column we are required to create the field catalog. So I will go to SE11 and I will check the columns. My employee table, display. 7 columns are there. Okay, so let's go for that. ls field cat, field name, MANDT, and ls field cat. Okay, how many of you remember the name of the column in which we were passing the heading of every column? What was the name there in the normal ALV?
Cell text.
Cell text L.
Cell
Yeah,
text.
yeah. Here it is a little bit different. It will be SCR text. Screen text L. It will be just this one. Rest everything is same. Client number. So cell text in normal ALV and scr text L in OALV. Okay, then as usual we append it. So append ls field cat to lt field cat and clear the work area, clear ls field cat. Okay, activate. I will go for the second one. This will
Here
be
we don't
implemented.
have to provide. Okay, fine. No, okay, no.
What? I don't get that.
Nothing.
Okay, okay. So employee ID, yeah. Third one, department will be there. No, sorry, employee name is there. So employee name. Guys, please make sure if by mistake you are not giving this underscore, you will directly get a runtime error. This has already happened with many one. So please focus on while writing anything. Yeah, name must be in correct order. If there is a underscore, it must be underscore. Department, it will be department. Manager, 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 yeah. Salary will be there. We have the salary here. Currency is there, so currency, and here currency. Okay, total 7 columns. Activate it. Second step. Third step is create a custom layout on the screen, right? So I will go for and I will call a screen. One more important step I will be writing here. Please focus on that. Please always call the screen at last only. If you will by mistake call the screen before and after that you are writing all this logic, it will be meaningless. Nothing will happen. Screen will be displayed at first and the rest of the code will not be executed. So after going for step 6, after step 6, we will create the container at step 3, but we will call the screen only at last after step 6. So here just pass the name of any screen that you want to call. Please make sure it should be 4 characters. So I'm giving here 100. I will double click on that and I will create this screen. Yes, normal screen. Go for the layout and create here a container. You see there is a container option, not subscreen. Yeah, this one, custom control. Just create a container in which you want to display the ALV and give the name of the container. Let's say container itself. I'm giving container here. Save it. Go back and activate it. So this is your step 3. Now come above of it and you will go for step 4. Step 4 is create the object of this container class. Yeah, container class, CLGUI custom container. Okay, let's create this data lo underscore obj, or better I will name it container itself. Container is equal to new container class and check it. Check for the syntax. No value was passed to the mandatory parameter container name. Can you see this? What I have written in step 4? Create the object and pass the name of the container which you have created in step 3 to the object of the container class. It is a mandatory parameter. There is a constructor inside that. If you go and check, you will find out. Here you can see this. There is in the constructor, there is a mandatory parameter container name. Name of the custom control which you have created. You are required to pass here. So same thing you will do. You will pass your container name here. Same name, container name is equal to container. This is what we have created, container. Okay, then we will go for the next step. Create the object of the grid class. So CLGUI grid data allo grid is equal to new keyword, my grid class. And again, if you focus on step 5, I have written this, pass the container as the parent. So again, here inside that there is a important constructor and there is a mandatory field. Just check it. No value was passed to the mandatory parameter I parent. So you are required to pass the object of the container here. I parent is equal to your allo container. Allo container. Check the syntax. Now it's okay. Yeah. So this is your step 5. 6 is just call the set table for first display. So I will directly call it allo grid set table for first display. Yeah, check it. Exporting is not mandatory here, but you can check here in the changing section. We have the out tab, your internal table, which you want to display, LT employee. And your field catalog is also here. So you can pass LT field cat. As usual, always uncomment the exception. Right? Check for the syntax. Nothing. Activate it. And now simply you can execute this. Container based ALV. Yeah, container based ALV. See this? Right? Can you check it? Which screen it is? System status 100. Is this a standard screen? No, we have created this screen. So no button is going to work here. Check it. Nothing will work. You cannot go back from here. You will have to define that button if you want to go back there. So you will have to define that button. Yeah. I will go in the 100. We know in the PBO we can create our logic buttons. So I will go there, create this PBO. Yeah, PF status. Let's name something this employee. And I will go and enable the back button. Yeah, employee. Function keys, back. I will go enable this, activate it. Then what we do? What do we do? We go for PAI, right? We write the logic in the PAI. So double click and check it. Same way in the module pool programming, if sciucom is equal to back, if sciucom is equal to back, leave to screen 0. Yeah, screen 0. Again, module pool program can have lots of things. So navigate to ACAT and always activate it. Right click and I will activate it. Yeah, now it's okay. I will take it back to SE38. And here I will execute it. Let's check now. So execute. See, my back button is enabled and it is also working. Right? My back button is enabled and it is also working. If you all remember, we have seen one more functionality of ALV, which was zebra functionality. You all remember it?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Same
Yep.
thing we can also apply here. There was also a layout. Here is also we have a work area of layout. You can go inside it and you can simply bring its type. Yeah. Layout. This is the structure. Let's check it. And you can see here is a zebra functionality which you can enable, character one. Yeah. Lots of functionalities are there. Graphics. We have a column with optimization also here. Similar to that, there also we have column with optimization. So you can try that. Let's create here a structure, layout, ls layout, type lvcs layout, and I will enable this zebra functionality is equal to true, and I will simply give the column width optimization as true. And I will just pass it here, ls layout. Activate. Now check it. Yeah, see, column optimize also, and this zebra functionality. If you want to make editable, you can try that also. ls field cat, edit, this is there. Yeah, right.
Yes.
Getting it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Hmm? This is just the ALV way. This is just the ALV way, only steps have changed. Steps have changed. Okay. Any questions on that?
Amrit, can we call the screen 1000 by default in this and everything will work then?
How can you call 1000 screen? That is a selection screen. And why you
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
call a 1000 custom? See, you can try that. Let me check it. Let me check it what it is saying. See, do not exist. It will become a separate screen then. That 1000 is different. That is a standard screen. It will become your custom screen. Are you getting it?
Yep.
So at the runtime, these things are getting created. You can create your own, no problem on that. But generally, see, if we go for project point of view, I am teaching this with the sample cases. It is generally said to use after 900. Okay.
Others are reserved for SAP, I think.
They are already been used at some places. Okay. Generally, 100, 200 is a normal word which we usually use in our real life, so it becomes easier to explain it. But generally, it is recommended to use after 900 and less than 1000. I think 100 screens will be more than sufficient for anything, right? Okay. Any questions here? Anyone?
No, sir.
Clear? Okay. Uh, we have some time left still. What we can do? Interactive part we can try. 30 minutes. Okay, let's check that. Interactive oops ALV. Interactive oops ALV. How many of you remember your interactive ALV part? I think everybody remember that, right?
Yeah.
We use the user command parameter there. Yeah. So here also you have a way. Here also you have a way which you can try. In oops concept, we can use the events to get a interactive report, interactive ALV. To get a interactive ALV. Check it. When you are executing it, when you are double clicking, can you see something is happening here? Are you checking this? This icon that you are seeing, this is an event raising here. A event is raising. If you will go to your grid class, you are going to see a standard event has been given by SAP. Let me show you. I will go to grid class. Yeah, I will go to grid class. Events. Events. You will find out that there is an event. Let me check, show you where it is. Yeah, see this double click event. There is a double click event. So when you are double clicking, this event is raising. Yeah, in oops concept we use the events to get a interactive ALV. Yeah. So what I can say here is, in our SAP grid class, we have a double click event. Double click event which is getting triggered when we are double clicking on the rows of the basic list. So using that we can get a secondary list. Using that we can get a secondary list. Are you all getting what I'm trying to explain here? Double click event. Yeah. Okay. What happened?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. All right. So to understand this, let's take a sample case. Again, as a requirement, we will take what kind of requirement it can be. Okay, let's say the sales order only. Sales order VBAK and VBAP. Two data I want to display, VBAK and VBAP, based on select option. Yeah. So VBAK on basic list and VBAP on the secondary list, right? Let's create our program. So I will go to SE38 and I will create my interactive oops ALV program. Oops ALV. Interact. Okay, it is already there. Interactive oops ALV. Package and request. As usual, what we do, we create the structures and corresponding internal tables. So same thing I will do. I will create the structure of my VBAK first. So VBAK with the columns Veblen, data element Veblen BA, date data element, time data element, name, type name. Only 4 fields I am taking here. So end of ty VBAK. I will be having VBAP here. So begin of ty underscore VBAP. and I will be having here the columns of VBAP. So type item number, item number, original VA, and material number. Okay, so end of ty underscore VBAP. Check the syntax. Nothing. Activate. We will create both of these internal table here. So LT VBAK type table of ty VBAK and LT VBAP type table of ty underscore VBAP. Declare the work area also. So VBAK type ty VBAK and ls VBAP type ty VBAP. Activate it. Normal declaration. Then I will declare the select option. So LV Veblen here, type Veblen VA and select option as Veblen for LV Veblen. This much. Yeah. I will directly declare here the container objects directly here. I will be using container1 is equal to new container CLGUI custom container, and I will pass here the container name as container1. Yeah, everything I will be declaring directly in header. Hello container, hello grid 1, because we will be having two display here. So two, we will have need everything twice, VBAP, then grid 1, new CL GUI ALV grid, and I parent the container, pass it hello container1. This will be for first ALV, and the second ALV also I will create it directly here. Second ALV container2, and this will become grid2. Here we will create a container2 there and container2 here. Normally same thing. Yeah. We will need the field catalog also, right? So declare it directly. LT field cat 1 type table of LVC S fcat, then ls field cat 1 type LVC S fcat. Yeah, I will create the field catalog for the second ALV also, which I need. So field cat 2 and work area field cat 2. Okay, declaration part. Now let's go for writing logic. Start of selection. I will simply write the logic for VBAK. So Veblen ERDAT ERZET ERNUM from VBAK into table LT VBAK where Veblen in S Veblen. Okay, normal logic, no error. Then we are required to create the field catalog. So very first field catalog I will create. I will also clear the first one. I don't want any error, so I will clear it at first. Then field name Veblen and ls field cat SCR textile sales document number. Yeah, append it to LT field cat 1 and clear the work area. First column, similarly for the second one also. This time it will be date. It will be date. Time, ERZDT will be time, and username. Okay, username. Yeah, it's there. This was, if we go for our steps of the ALV, what we do here, we create the field cat, then we create the field catalogs. After that we need to call the screen, right? So call the screen here, call screen, let's go for 100, and here I will create my container 1. Yeah, basic list, layout, container 1, same name must be same. If there is a mistake, you will not get the correct data, so name must be same here. Okay, container 1. What is our next step? We create the custom control and the grid object, which we already have declared directly above here, container 1 and the grid object. So only last step is remaining, set table for first display. I will directly call here hello grid 1 set table for first display. Yeah, set table for first display. Are you all getting it?
Yeah.
Okay, so we will simply our LTVBAK here, and this will be field cat 1 LT field cat, all the exceptions, uncomment it, execute, pass any value and execute it. You are getting the data, right? You are getting the data, no problem. Here we don't have any problem. But now I have a question here. When I am double clicking on any row, what do I need to get the secondary list? Tell me this. What will I need here to get the secondary list?
Selection row, the sales stock number, UVL.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What do we, I will need this row, right?
Yeah.
I will need this row. If I have this row, I can get the primary key directly. I can get the
Correct.
primary key. Huh?
I'm saying correct,
Yes.
correct.
Yeah, right. So let's get back. Now tell me, when I'm double clicking, a event is raising. So we have one class CLGUI ALV grid class which has the triggering method. What will I need now? I will need a event handler method, right? Correct. I will need a event handler method. To utilize that double click, I will have to create a event handler method, na?
Correct.
So here what I am going to do now, I will declare one custom class for me. Class, let's name it secondary list directly, definition, and class. I will have the public section, and here I will display method display VBAP. This is the name I am giving it. For event double click. So for event double click of which class? CLGUI of CLGUI ALV grid class, right? Because this class has the object This class has the object, this allo grid one, which we have created, and inside this method set table for first display, when I'm double clicking on the row, this double click event is triggering, right? Correct? So we can write the logic for it. Class secondary list implementation and end class. Let's select end class, and you can write the logic here. Method display VBAP and method. So let's check whether this is triggering or not. Breakpoint activated, breakpoint and activated, and let's check now. I will execute. I will pass the value here. I will click on execute. Yeah. Now I'm double clicking. Nothing is happening. Why? That breakpoint is not hitting. Can anyone tell me what is the reason for it? Why this breakpoint is not hitting?
I think you need to add some things.
Yes,
Screen
we are.
number, program,
No,
something
no,
like
no, no,
that.
no, 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 no.
No,
Sir,
You forgot.
we can use
No, no,
hotspots because the arrow
no, no, no,
position
no,
has
no, no,
changed.
hotspot, not hotspot. We are going for event handler, guys.
register.
So we
Oh,
have the
set.
triggering method. We got the event handler method. Who will do the step 3 now? Step 3 is
Second.
mandatory for this, right? It will not call until you are registering it. So for this event handler class, we will create the object and we will register this event handler method with the triggering method, right? So let's create a object. Hello obj is equal to new secondary list. This is the class we have given, secondary list class. Now it has the our display VBAP method, which is the event handler for, sorry, display set handler I have not used. Set handler allo obj display VBAP for my allo grid 1, grid 1, hello grid 1, hello grid 1. It is displaying this basic list on which I am double clicking. Are you getting? Okay. Let's check now whether
Yes,
our
sir.
breakpoint is hitting or not. Execute, execute. I will double click. Check now. We have our breakpoint. So now here you can write the logic to get the row in which you have double clicked, and then you can simply display the second list. This is the our approach, always get the primary key, right? So in this grid class, let me just go for the next step here. In your grid class, we have a method get selected rows, which will return you the index of the row on which you have double clicked. Double clicked. In your grid class, we have a method called get selected rows. This is going to return you the index of the row on which you double clicked. Okay. So inside this secondary list display VBAP implementation, I will get the row number. I will call it. So allo grid 1. This is what it is displaying the my basic list. So I will call the get selected rows. Selected rows. Yeah, get selected rows. Get it? This et index row, it will return the index of the selected row. Bring its type. Yeah, bring its type. This is the structure. And inside the you can see two columns are there, row type and index. This will get your index number. This will get the index number. which you can use now. So for this, I will declare the internal table and work area here, LT rows and LS rows, type table of LVCS row, and LS rows type LVCS row. Okay, we will receive the data here, LT rows, LT rows. Yeah. Now again, I will put a breakpoint to check whether I am getting it or not. So breakpoint and activate it. Execute, execute. I will go for this first, second, third, fourth, fifth one. I will go for this fifth one. Double click on that. Desktop 3. I will check the LT rows. You see one row we are receiving. What is the index here? 5, right?
Yes, sir.
We have got the row number. Once you have the row number, now you can read your VBAK, a header table, and you can get the primary key out of it based on this index. So I will first read my this LT rows and I will get the data into the work area. So read table LT rows into LS rows, index 1. I will get the index column into this work area, and based on the work area I will read my VBAK table. So if psi sub RC is equal to 0, and if I will read my VBAK table. So read table LT VBAK into LS VBAK. Index will be the index which we are receiving from our basic list. So LS rows and its index column. Yeah, if you can go and check it, you will find out that inside this LT row, check it, LVCS row, it has got two columns. One is your row type and the second one is index. This is what which is receiving the index number. This is what we need. So the same index we are reading of LTVBAK, same index. So I will check now if psi sub RC equals to 0. Again, I will put here a breakpoint to check whether I'm getting the primary key still or not. Wait, execute, execute. Same row, fifth, let's check it. Desktop 3. Now I will check this work area LSVBAK. Are we getting the primary key? Correct primary key?
Yes, sir.
Of the Veblen, right? Once we have the primary key, now you can get the secondary list directly. You can write the logic for the secondary list and just display the ALV same way that we have done for the first one. You just need the primary key, the key value. After everything is simple. Select Veblen item number, material number from VBAP into table LTVBAP, where Veblen is equal to this LSVBAK Veblen. Yeah, right. And now you can again follow the same step for your ALV. Oops, ALV, same step. Create the field catalog. So we have already declared the second field catalog. Check it, ls this one. Just use it to create the second field cat here. Clear lt field cat 2, and I will declare it. So ls field cat 2 field name, it will be Veblen. Ls field cat 2 scr textile, sales document number, append it. So append to LT field cat and clear the work area. Okay. First column, second column will be item number. So POSNR. Material number. Yeah. Third one. Okay, there is some issue. Oh, I have used here appends keyword. It will be append. Okay. Creation of field catalog, then we are required to create the layout. So I will call a new screen here. Let's go for the second screen, call screen 200 this time. Double click, check it. Secondary list, layout, another container, container 2. Yeah, save it, go back and activate it. Okay. Third and fourth step is the creation of the object of the container class and the grid class, and which I have already done in the starting for the container 2 and grid 2, right? Same name, container 2. Okay, then I can simply display my set table for first display. So allow grid 2 this time and set table for first display. Field cat, this will be LT VBAP, and this one will be LT field cat 2. All the exceptions. Check the syntax, activate, and it is ready now. Now just go and check it. So first double click secondary list. Okay, a little bit lengthy, right?
Yes. But what is the
It
benefit of
Yes,
this
sir.
one? Instead of LV grid and compared to OOPS LV, what is the difference benefit we will get it here?
it is using object oriented concept. That is the procedural way of programming. This is relatively 100 times faster than that one in terms of efficiency. It is all about efficient code. The new way of programming, the entire world is now following only the object oriented concept. Again, my job is to teach you everything. I will not say that please do not use this and use that one. It's you, the developer, who will choose based on their use cases.
So, as per business perspective, both are
Oops
same
will
only. But
not
the
same. See, both will give you the same result. Okay, both will give you the same result. But if you are talking about efficiency and performance, definitely it will have better result. Yeah. So if two person is there, one is only following the procedural way using the grid display function module to get that part. Another one is following oops ALB. Definitely oops will ALB one will be the selected one. Okay. Are you getting it?
yeah, no. Why I'm asking? I'm asking because is there any extra additional features are we getting using OOPS Efficiency
Okay.
part I can understand. But
No. This is all about efficiency. That is what you are required to understand. See, let me just again give you a sample note on this. Why HANA is there?
HANA
Yeah,
developers, yeah.
why
HANA
is for HANA, not ECC? Only efficiency is the reason. It's all
interactive
about efficiency.
is more fast.
Efficiency, it's all. Yeah, we will see how it is fast. Don't worry on that. We will come to that. We are moving towards that only. So the thing is, it's all about efficiency only when you are talking about real-time data processing. Real-time data processing. The way the program, the reason is, no, I'm not going to explain here. It will become a
No, I
little
understand this
confusing.
because see, in
Okay.
our classical report, we do not have filter option, grouping option, export
Yeah.
option. So,
Classical report is just basic way of getting output.
so
Uh-huh.
overcome those, we do have a
ALV
analytical
report. Yes,
LV
yes.
report.
ALV.
I
Uh-huh.
thought is there certain features in OOPS ALV having? So that is why my question arises in my mind.
Yeah. So that is the thing. That is why we have this oops ALV. Only performance and new way of programming. See, when we talk about any programming, we always follow the market. Na, what is the trend of the market?
Correct.
So the trend is oops. You cannot run away from that. I know writing grid display, all this is relatively simple than following all these arrows and all of the thing. But the reason is why you are investing so much amount for to learn this from me, because you want to follow the traditional new way that is getting followed in the market, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I think today we have covered lots of stuff and it has become really difficult for that to digest everything, right? So
Yes, correct.
yeah. So you will have an entire week, do the revision. If you want, I can give you an assignment on that also. So what should I say here? Yeah, two assignment I will be giving. So let's say how much assignment we have given till now? Up to what was the last one? 12, right? 13. First on the standard tables, create a interactive oops ALV report, oops ALV based on material data. So Mara and MAKT you are going to use. And here also I am giving the same case now. Assignment 14. Create a editable oops ALV. Here you will face some changes, some challenges here. Create a editable oops ALV for employee table. You all have your employee table and modify its content based on save button. This is really interesting because there we have the standard screen. When we were clicking on save button, something was happening automatically. Now you have a custom screen. So let me see how many of you are able to achieve it. Okay. Okay. Is it interesting?
Yeah.
Let's try this part. Okay, Rajat?
Yes, sir. We'll try.
Yeah. Any other questions, guys, for today? Abhiram, Rahul, Saurabh, Vikas, Rajat,
No, sir.
anyone? Clear? Rahul?
Yes.
I have not a question, sir, but I have
No.
one query.
Uh-huh.
For the efficiency purpose, this ALV container has been introduced in ABAP.
No. See, it's not about ALV container. Here we when you will see the third way of ALV, which is ALV IDA, there also we will only be using object oriented concept. But I am saying
Okay.
this is a object oriented ALV, and here we have two ways. Here we have two ways. One is container based. That is what they have given, right? I cannot create ALV by my own self, right? It will take me more than 3-4 months to understand the flow, how it is working. Yeah.
Okay.
So they
Okay.
have given this. So one is container based. Container based we have seen. That is the full screen is the simplest one. We will see it in the next part. Okay.